Good evening, everybody. Can I ask the district clerk to please call the meeting to order?
Good evening, Westbury family. Welcome to the Board of Education planning meeting. Today is October the 11th, 2022. Trustee Pedro Quintanilla.
Present.
Trustee Dr. Ples Dickerson.
Present.
Vice President Floyd Ewing.
Present.
Board President Robert Triano Jr. Mr. President, we have a quorum.
Thank you, District Clerk. Can I ask everybody to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silent meditation?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everybody. It's nice to see so many new faces here this evening. I anticipate that this is a re-sparked interest in coming to board meetings, and that you'll be coming to all the future board meetings. Because there are some new faces here, I just want to say that for those of you who perhaps don't know, this is the first regular meeting of the Board of Education. It's known as the planning meeting. It is the meeting where we often have presentations made and also provide an opportunity for community members to ask questions of the superintendent or the board about the agenda items that will be voted on at next Tuesday's meeting. I anticipate that a lot of you are here for one particular item on the agenda to be voted on next week, and you will have a chance to ask questions of the superintendent and the board in regard to that or any other item that you'd like to talk to the board about, including just the operations of the school district. But before we get to that, I will be calling for, and I should also tell you that based on some of the comments and questions that are made about the agenda items that will be voted on again next Thursday, there could be changes in the agenda that actually gets voted on next Tuesday. If I said Thursday, I meant next Tuesday. But before we take those questions, we vote on the minutes, and we also have reports from the superintendent and myself. Okay. I'm sorry? You're right, and Vice President Jung has reminded me that we don't actually vote on the minutes at this meeting or anything until next Tuesday. But let me just ask: are there any questions in regard to the minutes that are presented here this evening? Okay, not seeing any. I'll turn it over to the superintendent, Dr. Chase.
Good evening, everyone. It is great to see the faces of our community. It's great to meet folk I've never seen before. So again, I welcome you all to our school district, and I hope to see you and be able to collaborate on future endeavors. I just want to bring to your attention the artwork behind me. It is Hispanic Heritage Month, and our art teachers have been very actively engaged in getting our students, our scholars, should I say, into the spirit of celebrating Hispanic Latinx history. And we do this expression through art. We do this expression through music, through writing, through storytelling, and so many other ways, ultimately through celebration. Behind the Board of Education and myself are samples of our student artwork in commemoration of Hispanic Latinx Heritage Month. I want to give a big shout out to Ms. Korzeniski and Ms. St. John high school art teachers who put this beautiful display. They are led by Nydia Keaveney, am I pronouncing her name correctly? Nydia Keaveney, who is our district-wide art chair. I hope that you all will have an opportunity to indulge in the great work that our students are doing. I hope you all will have an opportunity to just marvel at the talent that exists in this fantastic school district. So while you're here for a variety of reasons, I also hope that one reason you're here is to view this beautiful artwork that has been displayed by my beautiful scholars. For part of my presentation today, I'd like to share with the community some updates on our food service. We have our Assistant Director for Food Service, Mr. Gary O'Grady, who's going to spend a few minutes with us just to share some updates on food service, and if there's any questions, we are happy to respond. Mr. O'Grady, please take it away. Can you use the microphone, please, Mr. O'Grady? Thank you.
Hello. Oh, good evening, everyone. My name is Gary O'Grady. I'm the Food Service Director for Westbury School District. I just want to give you a couple of updates where we stand so far. Where am I clicking? Sorry. I don't know where I'm clicking. Okay, so first on the agenda, she is not here at the moment, but we do plan on bringing her to the next board meeting to introduce her. Aramark has hired a district chef. Her name is Luska Now. She was hired in the summer, and her first day happened on September 1st. She is brought here basically to help improve the quality of food and strengthen the food service staff overall. She's also going to ensure that the staff is following the recipes correctly to ensure that the kids are getting the best quality out of the food that we really want to serve them. She is also brought here to help develop a more cultural menu by meeting with the students. Last year I met with the students in all the grades, mostly the high school and middle school students, did stress that they wanted more of a cultural menu, being, you know, we are a big Haitian and Hispanic population, so she is going to be brought here to do that. Luska herself is actually Haitian and completely fluent in Creole, which actually gives us a better understanding with our overall staff being mostly Haitian themselves, so there's no discrepancies in understanding the language barrier, so she's a good influence in that. The most opportunity is at the high school to increase participation in both breakfast and lunch. She is also going to help train the middle school staff and elementary staff on production and presentation. She's also going to be utilized for cooking demonstrations, etc., whatever the district needs. And she is going to take more of the catering role, so any catering going on, night events, day events, weekend, whatever the district needs, she is going to be taking more of that lead of the aspect. New initiatives. The new initiative is we want to improve the breakfast at the high school by going with more hot options. All of these things are coming from what, just talk with the students. For the last 3 years, they've had, grab and go, more cold options. They express their wants and needs for hot. So we have been taking that in consideration. We have actually started some of those things here. We're still going to utilize the breakfast carts that we've had in all the schools also as another option. Here itself, we're going to develop a taco bar, which we already introduced on the main side, but we are going to introduce it now on the 9th grade area to, we're going to introduce it on the 9th grade area to implement on their side. Also coming very soon in the next short weeks, a made-to-order deli bar, and which will also be utilized on both sides. So if we have a made-to-order deli bar, like just say this week, if it's a Tuesday and Thursday, it's going to be next week the taco bar Tuesday and Thursday. We're going to flip-flop it so we get the, everyone gets a chance and the most out of it. The middle school, we have plans again in the next short coming weeks, bringing more of a food court feel to it, because the middle school is a beautiful, renovated, brand new cafeteria kitchen. So they currently have 4 areas, and we felt that it's going to be better utilized by bringing a made-to-order deli station / salad bar, a pizza station, which they already have, but just bringing it up to a different level, a taco station, and a grab-and-go station, which will also host the main entree of the day. Improving presentation on all the serving lines with the emphasis on the elementary schools, being they have not gone through the line in over 3 years. So we literally have started the last 2 weeks of going back into the elementaries. Some of those kids haven't seen a serving line or a cafeteria in 3 years. So you have a kindergarten kid who hasn't seen it since September when they started kindergarten. They're probably now in 3rd grade. So it's a whole new beginning for them. So just the way the line looks, it can't look like the old days with sheet pans and this. We have different values and standards of you eat with your eyes. So if it doesn't look presentable, we want to change it overall. Next, limited time offer, running these specials each month with sampling and feedback from students prior to the start. Actually, today in the high school, we ran a sample of tacho nachos, which we got great feedback. Everyone here at the high school was saying, when does it start? When does it start? It's starting tomorrow. It's going to be utilized all week. Again, it's on the menu this week. Again, if the middle school doesn't implement it this week, we will, partake in it next week going forward. Hopefully soon, the dinner program is currently awaiting state approval. And once we get approved by the state, this will then allow us to serve breakfast, lunch, after-school snack, and dinner for our students in the district. It's something we feel that it's a big community need, and we're just trying to do the best for the community.
Can you just elaborate a little bit more on the dinner program? What is that? Who qualifies? Does it mean that when I leave school at the end of the day, I can come back and get dinner?
So the qualifications, as far as I know, and don't quote me, it's anyone after school, and it has to be, it's not just sports. It's sports, after-school academics, which is clubs, after-school tutoring, as long as it has it there. And we also have to be over 60%, which we're well over that range, which we're in the 98th percentile. So we therefore qualify. I know they did come back with a simple question, which I foresee it being a quick turnaround and then going forward the dinner program. So hopefully, if not by the end of this month, beginning of next month will be good. And then I don't want to give a definite time, but maybe 4:30, 5:30, so at least they're going to be able to utilize everything with the big need in the district. And now, finally, you, the board, and a guest are cordially invited to lunch at dinner. So Board President, Mr. Troiano, Board Vice President, Mr. Ewing, Ms. Wilson, Dr. Plus Dickerson, Mr. Quintanilla, hopefully I did pronounce that right, and Ms. Bowling. We are inviting you, and Mr. Keynes, I'm sorry. Also you, plus one, on November 20th at 6:30 p.m. We're going to be here at Westbury High School, and we're going to be doing lunch at dinner, where therefore we're going to present you everything that the students here have for lunch. It's just basically, we're going to flip it to a dinner for you. So you got to see what they actually utilize. I'm sorry, the 22nd. I messed up the date. I apologize. Any questions? Yes.
And Chester, you need to give your name and your address.
Chester McGibbon, 502 Alicia Drive. Mr. O'Grady, cultural preferences notwithstanding, are there state guidelines that the school district must adhere to, especially considering the nutritional aspect of what we serve in the light of the childhood obesity and type 2 diabetes that tend to, rampant within school districts. Could you address that, please?
So everything we do follow is by the federal government and state laws, so nothing is out of the National School Lunch Program. We follow all their guidelines. So there's sodium content, saturation of fat, trans fat things. Everything has to be an approved recipe. So it's not like we're just throwing it out there. So what the district chef is going to do is, if there's a cultural menu that we can do, it's not just like, hey, what you're used to at home, we're going to put on the table. No. We have to then take that, dissect it, bring it into an recipe, send it to Aramark to get approved, and then the state, as long as it meets the state and federal guidelines, then we could utilize it into the everyday menu. Gotcha. Ms. Lavelle?
My name is Elaine Lavelle, and I live at 18 Oakdale Drive. In addition, I'm also part of the Nutrition Committee. Now, it was quite refreshing to hear Mr. Gary talk about the Master Chef and the change that you want to bring here. I had the pleasure of meeting her, I think it was Friday? Okay. And it was a thrill to know and hear that she was actually of Creole descent. And I did say to her, I am glad that you are on board, and I do trust that you will bring some sort of spice to us here. Okay? She didn't say yes, she didn't say no, she gave me a smile. However, it's very ironic to say, I just left the high school PTSA meeting. I don't know if this was, I don't know what to say, but actually, one of the topic of discussions at the end was what? The school food and the school lunch. And some of those parents are actually in here tonight. There they are. And I will tell you, it wasn't a pleasant one. We need to do something. And I see some of it up here that maybe will actually help us and our kids. Because I see firsthand some of the food that is being served. And believe me, what I see is actually fast food, commercialized food. And I know because of the COVID situation regarding the cooking, I know much could not be done. So hopefully with the ban on the whatever and the kitchen stuff, and having a master chef, we will be able to see some nutritional food in here. And also the other thing that I'm looking at is those vending machines that are in here. Something needs to be done with that, okay? Because I see some of that stuff in there, and there's no way that's healthy for our children. Something has to be done with that. So I'm very emotional by that, because it's funny. I wouldn't say it's funny, I say it's very ironic that something that was discussed moments ago, I did not know this was going to happen, and I'm glad I came. Thank you very much, and I hope to see some real changes up in here with the quality of food that's being given to our kids. It's not good.
Thank you, Ms. Lavelle. We follow all contractual guidelines, again, with the federal and state guidelines for the National School Lunch Program, so we are compliant. Again, with the district chef, and again, after the 3 years being in COVID and more of a grab and go, the district chef is going to help train the staff, because I'll be very honest and very frank with you, some of the staff is very weak. They do not understand the recipe, so her job is to now enforce that they understand the recipe. And the language barrier, I guess prior to me or anyone else that might have been there, it's going to simplify it now that she does speak Creole, so it is more of an understanding with them. As far as the vending machines, everything in there is Smart Snack compliant. If it's not Smart Snack compliant, it cannot be in the vending machine. I know the first week they put it in, they had a Taki in there. It was taken out the next day. It cannot be there. Did not meet the Smart Snack compliance, so it was out. So anything we do sell is the same thing we sell. So just as a kid that's here, and I'll be very honest with you, a kid will say to me, I want a bag of flamas out of the vending machine. And my exact words will be, why not just go from us? We sell the same product at the same thing. The only difference is, I'll be very honest with you, the vending machine is more expensive. That's why, again, we meet the Smart Snack compliant guidelines, and we sell it at $1 for chips when that's $1.75. They cannot compete with us. That's why they're allowed to be on during the day. Otherwise, we could put them on timers, and then after school, when, you know, myself and everyone else goes home, I can't, if you got your dollar stuck, I can't refund you till the next day and then ask you, hey, what was it? And then I'll give you that. But everything in the vending machines is Smart Snack compliant, and this also came from the district, not just board, the staff, I will say, at all the other schools, and it was more geared for the adults, saying, we need vending machines more for the adults so we could, you know, have something to eat. So they are in every school. Some that they actually didn't take the measurements, so they couldn't fit in the correct area of their staff cafeteria or staff lounges, so they might be around the building and not set up yet, but it was more to, we heard the voices of the district and what they wanted, so we're just trying to bring what you asked for.
Thank you, Mr. O'Grady. Oh, sorry, there was a comment?
My question is, and I just want clarity.
Something that Dr. Chase needs to address.
Right. I just want to, and thank you for giving that explanation, and Mr. McGibbons and Ms. Lavelle, I appreciate your advocacy. Just know that the district shares your sentiments in terms of we want to provide the best meals for our scholars. We recognize having a nutritious meal is indicative to students, you know, academic success. And so we want to make sure that our students have the best opportunities, and so we thank you. I just want to clarify a point. We have a very hard-working food service staff. There's no doubt about it. We had a chance to meet with them last week, my cabinet and I know the board knows many of them live right here in our community, and some could be watching at home. I personally and professionally believe that having a master chef, as you refer to this person, Ms. Lavelle, will be a professional development opportunity for our staff to have someone which they can learn from. And these individuals are willing to learn. They are very much so concerned about our students. They want to do all the right things. In my conversation with them, it's been very clear. I know, Ms. Lavelle, you shared with me a few things that they've said in terms of wanting to do what's right for our scholars. But everyone needs, as you know, we're in this new era of leveling up, right? And in order to level up, we all need to have a little bit more professional development. And so we believe that having this master chef will help create other master chefs in the existing hardworking staff that we have here in our food service. So I just wanted to clarify a point that you made. Okay. I don't know if Mr. Triano would like to add to that.
If Plus will just give me one more second to make a comment, and I just want to advise Mr. Grady that you know, Board of Education members or as a collective can't make critiques of any individual staff member. It's just, it would be against the law, it'd be inappropriate. And I'd like to extend that to our, as Dr. Chase put it, our very hardworking nutrition workers. And you know, we don't consider them to be weak, and that we look forward to the additional training. But I really have to guard against those kind of characterizations. Dr. Dickerson?
Well, thank you, Dr. Chase, for clarifying.
Okay, are there any other questions? Oh.
I had a question about the food that they serve. Every morning when I go into the lunchroom to eat, in like fourth period, they're serving us pizza and fries, and it's like nothing else.
Excuse me, young man. Can you please state your name
Ethan
and your address?
849 Baldwin Drive.
Repeat your name, sir.
Ethan Miles.
Thank you.
Every morning when I go into school at lunch, I have lunch fourth period. They're serving me in the morning pizza and fries, and I feel like the food that they give us is not appropriate for the time, because my lunch period is at like 10 o'clock, and they're giving me pizza and fries, and there's like nothing else. Yeah, the middle school. And then every kid goes to the lunchroom and gets a yogurt, and then by time, like during the middle of the lunch period, there's no yogurt, there's just pizza and fries. And I go on the other side of the lunchroom, it's chicken sandwiches and chicken nuggets and chicken tenders. And sometimes the food is even hot. It's like warm. And it doesn't look appetizing. And then they also have this vegetable pizza where they just take the broccoli and they put it on the pizza. It's not even real vegetable pizza. That's all.
Well, I appreciate that feedback because I know exactly what you're talking about on Friday because I was personally there. The vegetable pizza, we did follow a recipe and it did call for broccoli. It had peppers, onions, and everything. As far as the lunch period, I don't make the times, but we're just following a lunch menu. So I do agree with you, and I do feel bad, I get it, that you're probably considering 10 a.m. breakfast still, right?
Yeah. So maybe, Mr. O'Grady, Ethan, first of all, I appreciate your advocacy, and thank you so much for your comment. You are the end user, and it's always refreshing to hear from the person, the end user. Oftentimes, we always talk to adults, but it's great to hear from the scholars, so I thank you. Perhaps maybe Ethan can meet with our new master chef, and perhaps, the master chef can meet with scholars like Ethan to get some feedback, because we're talking about making improvements, so here's an opportunity to do so.
So when I was there Friday, I had another young gentleman actually come in, and I just asked him a question. Hey, why don't you eat lunch? He goes, I just like fast food from McDonald's and stuff. And I said, going forward, I think the first kickoff is, again, don't quote me, I want to say it's next week. We are starting our nutritional meetings with the students at the high school, and I did tell him to please see Ms. Crawford and make sure you're on that committee. So if you can tomorrow, please see Ms. Crawford. So when we do have that meeting, and it's myself, Kerry, who's not here at the moment, and our district chef, Luska, we could get together, because again, we're here to serve you. So your opinion is the most out of everybody's.
Thank you, Mr. O'Grady.
Yeah, thank you, Ethan, for your comments and having the courage to make those comments in front of the Board of Education and a crowd of people. So we appreciate that. Mr. Grady, thank you. I just want to say also that I had a conversation with one of the gentlemen that are here today, and I managed to mangle his name, and I apologize to him for having done that. And I've got a long history of mispronouncing some of our students' names, but I just want to, just for the record, because all we really bring into this world to get when we come and when we leave is our name. So I just want to point out that Trustee Quintanilla, that's how you pronounce his name in my best approximation of Spanish. Okay, but it's Quintanilla. Thank you.
Quintanilla.
Can I just make again, thank you, Ethan, for speaking up. But is there a quick fix going forward, like tomorrow? Is there a possibility that you can get more yogurts out? So when he does come, all the yogurts are not gone? And is there a possibility that fresh fruit is available for them also?
Fresh fruit is available every day, and there's an abundance of it. You said 10 o'clock? Is that is that the first lunch period, second lunch? Is that the first one? Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
So because they got rid of the third lunch period, now a lot of people are in fourth. So by the time and we go up by tables, I usually sit towards the middle or the back. And by the time I go up, there's no yogurt. All I see is pizza, french fries, chicken tenders. And half the time they're not even hot, they're just warm.
So it just needs to be more yogurt put out so everybody can get it. Are they limited? Do you just get one, or you're allowed to take more than one?
I mean, they're not strict.
Okay.
I'm assuming that you can only take one, but it's not strict at all.
Okay. So we just need to make sure we have more there. So when you get up, there'll at least be some yogurt or fruit for you to have. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will personally actually be there tomorrow because that's where I plan on spending my day, being that they have the PSAT here, so it's only the 11th and 12th graders, so I'm going to focus on the middle school. I will be there at 10 o'clock. I will make sure there's enough yogurt. I will instruct the staff to make sure there's enough yogurt. But again, there is plenty of fresh fruit every day because we get that from Favors, which is another program we are a part of, and it's tons of fresh fruit. As far as the additional lunch is $2 for seconds. So they can't, and to his point, we're going to meet with Ms. Crawford, honestly, with what he was just discussing about it's a little bit of out of order.
I just have a question. I know you said you're going to have a hot option for breakfast. Is there a possibility of extending that hot option to at least the first period to make it like a brunch, so that a young man that may want eggs or bacon or whatever, and have a breakfast choice as well?
So in the middle school, I do know they have a few hot options, and I don't want to say a few. I think they have a sandwich, correct? An egg sandwich. They're coming in a lot, and I know a lot of the principals, when we discussed before, meeting with everyone before this year started, is they didn't want to go through the cafeteria. That's why they're on the breakfast carts. And I know I keep saying the high school, but it's easier to implement here as like a pilot and then work our way down. Because we have talked to certain elementary principals, because Pals Lean, we're trying to actually increase the participation for breakfast. Because we were out there and I said to the young children, hey, why don't you eat? They said, well, I get, Dunkin' Donuts with my mom and dad just because of the later arrival, which is understood. And then the more and more I'm talking to the students here, I've talked to students at the middle school and the elementary, is can we have more hot options? Of course. Now this was the first month. How can we move forward and get better and develop another plan going through the cafeteria? But again, we have to meet with the principals if they would like them to go through the cafeteria as opposed to just going straight through the doors, getting those carts, grabbing and going. For example, Dryden still does the breakfast in the classroom program, which is great. It's almost 100% participation. So
I'm just talking about having out in the cafeteria at least one hot like a breakfast item or whatever, so that not the grab and go or so.
when I say grab and go, it's just the carts. So on the carts is sandwiches. It's a mini maple, like a French toast stick. It's heated up, so it is warm. But again, the more traditional hot entree would have to be on the serving line to ensure compliance with the temperatures and everything. But that's a further discussion with the principals to make sure that's what they actually want to do.
Mr. O'Grady, we thank you so much for your presentation and for sharing with the community some of the updates as it relates to food service. There are people who are watching us virtually who have made comments, and I just would like to share. Katiana Partis says, love this. She also continues by saying, the students ask for tacos. There's a higher Salvadorian population than Mexican. So she just wants you to consider that as it relates to the meal choices. And then Katiana also continues by saying, I'm incredibly excited about changes in the food. And Justin Cruz simply says hi. So I just want to make sure that those comments were shared publicly, even though they did put them in the chat. And again, we thank you, and we look forward to great things happening. And Ethan, I'm looking forward to your contribution being evident in the coming days, okay? All right, thanks a lot.
Thank you, everyone, and have a great night.
Right.
Thank you. Before we start taking questions from the audience about tonight's agenda or operational items, I just want to point out that Dr. Chase mentioned that this is Hispanic Heritage Month and that there is some artwork by our students hanging on the auditorium behind us. I want to also mention that tomorrow the town of North Hempstead is celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month at the Yes We Can Community Center, starting at 6 o'clock, and there will be performances by Westbury students as well as additional artwork on display. So please join us tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock at Yes We Can, 141 Garden Street. Does anybody have any? So this is the point at which we take questions about tonight's agenda items or questions that impact the operations of the school district. Just to keep a sense of order, I'm going to ask that those of you that have questions about tonight's agenda, the voting agenda for next Tuesday, that you please ask those questions, that we hear those questions first. And after that period is done, we'll take questions about the operations of the school district. So if there are any questions about the agenda items that are being voted on next Tuesday, please come to the mic. Okay, going once, going twice, gone. All right, are there any questions or comments about the operations of the school district? Please come to the mic. Oh, I'm sorry, before we take those, I'm sorry, are there any questions in the chat room about the agenda? Okay, no, there are no questions from the chat room, thank you. And as you may have gotten, we just need you to give your name and your address.
Hello. Okay. I'm Christine Shelley, 1247 South Grand Street. And I have my notes. Thank you very much for your time this evening. My name is Christine Shelley. I live right by Drexel Avenue School. My children and I enjoy access to the schoolyard and playground regularly in all types of weather. Recently, we've been walking down for a quick run around, climb on the playground after they finish their homework in the evenings, and definitely on the weekends. Friday afternoon, October 6th, we went down for our normal jaunt, and this time we were met with a locked gate. It was still the time when teachers were leaving and staff were leaving for the afternoon, so I approached a security officer and asked, "Hey, what's going on?" And he said that as far as he knew, this was now going to be the procedure going forward, was that the schoolyard was no longer going to be open on the weekends and after school. Sorry, I'm shaking.
You're doing very well.
Oh, thanks. This was a shock. My 7-year-old had a complete meltdown, and I was also, really questioning it. I've lived here for 13 years. This has been the park that I go to. All weekend long, I saw a stream of parents, older siblings and younger siblings, everybody walking down with a ball, going down to the park, and then walking back, like, what was that? They were met with a locked gate like we were. I understand that there may be some issues after hours, and from what I've heard, some of my other neighbors have complained about things after hours, and I get that. Locking the gate might seem like an easy fix, but it's not the fix that our neighborhood needs. It's not the fix that our community needs. I think that we need to look at the playground as a place where the community comes together, especially after hours. Families, meeting each other, everybody having conversation, that's what's going to strengthen our community. The park rules state that it's closed from dusk to dawn. So what I'm going to ask the board is, could you please consider enforcing the gate lock rule from dusk to dawn, or whatever time you feel is appropriate in the morning, before more serious measures are taken? Because I really feel like having access to the park, having access for kids to run around and play during the daytime, during daylight hours, it's really important for their health, for everybody's well-being, and for the sake of our community. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak, and I hope to see you on the playground. Do you have any questions for me?
Hi, Christine. First of all, thank you so much for your comment. And also, thank you for acknowledging that there were issues at Drexel Avenue. There's no surprise, community. We've had complaints from your neighbors, as you indicated, that after hours, there were cars doing, I was going to say donuts. Yeah, doing donuts on our campus. I almost said on the yard. I have homecoming on my mind. But on our campus, we had trespassers. And we also had behaviors that I don't think you want your children or any child to have access to. It really caused us to take a drastic measure to shut it down temporarily until we can figure it out, because we don't want our neighbors to continue to be disturbed. We had to call the police, so forth and so on. So I'm glad you understand that. But I also understand your dilemma. And I also understand the importance of play, especially when the weather is nice. We're not going to have too many more days like this. What we'll do is we will go back to our facilities directors and the assistant superintendents along with our board. And, we'll try to come up with a happy medium where, as a district, we have to protect the community surrounding our schools. We have to protect our school property because there was, vandalism and trespassing and debris left over. There was also paraphernalia left over that our students see as they're entering the schools. That's not good. But we also recognize that, it is a gathering place for the community. It's a great place for children to grow and meet new friends. And so we also understand the importance of that. So your request is definitely taken under consideration. We will, create or, talk about what could be a happy medium. But thank you for understanding our need to protect the property, the community in which you live, your neighborhood. Hopefully the gate fence has been a deterrent to those who feel that after hours they can leave beer bottles and paraphernalia and things of that sort and doing donuts. But we also understand the importance of, children having a happy place. So hopefully you'll see some changes in the next couple of days. But when we have to make those decisions, I just ask that you just please understand why. It is not a punishment to the community. It's not a punishment to children. If we are going to close at dusk, we're going to close at dusk. We're not, and keep in mind that in the wintertime, dusk is a little bit earlier, right? So, we're not going to keep it open later than that because that's when all of those unfortunate incidents take place. So thank you, and we'll take it under consideration.
Thank you. I agree completely. No one needs to be there after dusk. Fine with me.
All right.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Just want to add that I think you may be aware of this, that given that yesterday was a holiday, I hope you found that to be true, that the playground was open
Yes,
yesterday.
thank you. We were there.
Right. And so we just need to work out a balance, and it also involves manpower and how we're able to lock the doors in the evening if there's not going to be anybody around. But I haven't spoken to all the board members, but I'm pretty confident that we all recognize that the facilities, the playgrounds, are community property. And so we've got to find a way to find that balance between security and having the playgrounds open. But we hear you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Christine. Anybody else want to come speak? I see one. I see two.
Good evening again. Chester McGibbon, 502 Alicia Drive. Mr. President, I think you were correct in noticing that we have some additional bodies here tonight, and I believe that they're here. Some of us are here because of the new development in the district with regard in the Sunday services at the middle school that was started 2 weeks ago. I have some concern about it, even though that might be much ado about nothing because of past practices. But I'm still concerned. First of all, I'm wondering, how did we get here? If you could walk us through the process. Were darts being thrown at the wall and some landed in Westbury? Were people throwing darts at the wall and some landed in Westbury? Or did someone approach the entities to say, we might have an outfit that might suit your purpose here? We have a brand newly renovated auditorium, classrooms, cafeteria that might suit your purpose. I don't know. You'll have a chance to respond to that. But I have other concerns which are more eloquently summarized. And if you allow me to just read, give me about 3 minutes to read from this, because it is well stated what I would like to say or what I would like to know.
That is fine, but you're aware that we have a 3-minute rule. But go ahead.
You have a what?
We have a 3-minute rule.
Yes,
per
Mr.
speaker.
President. This is unprecedented, and it just if I go over 4 minutes, please allow me.
Mr. McGibbon?
Yes, sir.
Can I just ask if you can
Step
step
back.
back from the microphone? It's very hard to
Right.
hear you and understand what you're saying. Thank you.
The Freedom from Religion Foundation often receive queries from shocked members of the public who receive flyers in their homes inviting them to attend church at their local public school. Or citizens notice prominent signs of public school entrances on Sunday advertising church meetings. Public schools can't host church meeting, can they? We're asked. Unfortunately, two decisions by the U.S. Supreme Court provide for the use of public school meetings by churches, religious and public groups on a viewpoint neutral basis. If the public school districts are already renting their facilities after hours to other community groups, the subsidy involved in the use of public schools by religious organizations, however, continues to create concerns, confusions, and litigations. The law on the limit of church use is not completely settled. While schools are not permitted to discriminate against religious groups because they're religious, schools can create regulations that impact church use of school buildings. One appellate court, the Second Circuit, ruled in 2011 that a school board's prohibition of hosting a particular type of activity, religious worship services, was constitutional. Public school districts often have the least expensive rental rates available in a community. Rental to the churches often involve what many considers taxpayer subsidy of congregations. Startup churches often take advantage of low school rentals to establish themselves. They obtain a prominent site for a new church, collect church donations on public property, and use their savings to eventually buy their own tax-free buildings. No wonder many taxpayers are concerned. School districts would be advised to appropriate limits regarding the use of school facilities. Many school buildings are used for school events on Sundays, making it costly to continue to heat, cool, and to have custodial staff maintain the buildings on behalf of renters. In such instances, schools could choose to rent on Sundays or weekends, so long as it is uniformly enforced. Alternatively, school districts may select the type of activities that will be allowed, including limited use of school-sponsored events or excluding religious worship services. Any rule should be applicable to all groups, regardless of the group's viewpoint. Rent should be reasonable to cover space, equipment, janitorial overtime, AC, and heat. Otherwise, it amounts to taxpayer subsidy to worship, which could be prohibited by state constitutions. If the rates for rental in general seems inadequate to you, take this up with your local school board. Schools are always hunting for money, so rental should bring in revenue. So we remind the public that we just passed a $175 million budget a few months ago. I'm almost done.
I'm sorry.
I'm almost done, Mr. President. Please.
I'm sorry. I'm just wondering, are you still reading?
I'm almost done, sir.
Okay, I thought you were done. I'm sorry.
No. The Supreme Court has found that it is constitutional for a school district to allow religious groups to use school property for meetings during non-instructional hours if the school district's policy allows for other community groups to use its facilities. Both decisions involve rental of public school by religious groups. Once a school district has adopted such a policy, it generally creates a limited public forum. This means that the government may still regulate speech occurring on its property. However, the government's restriction on speech in these types of forums must be made on a viewpoint neutral basis. It should also be noted that school districts may restrict all outside groups from using school facilities. Certainly, the school district can restrict the use of properties for only school-sponsored activities. And just one last thing here. The public school for religious purpose is so divisive that it creates such an appearance that entanglements it can continue to litigate. And just finally, the Supreme, although a court did not rule that it is unconstitutional for religious groups to rent a public school, the court did decide that public school could constitutionally prohibit worship service on school grounds. This case allowed to refuse to rent churches for the purpose of holding services at their schools. And that's my take on it. You may want to opine on it and tell us what legal boundaries or, you're bound to allow this to happen. And just one thing that we need to remind the board, that regardless of how it falls, having 300 people, an average of 200 people every week in our facilities, I am sure that it will add to the wear and tear of our buildings, and we are the ones that you come to in bond issues and when big spending items are on the agenda and we have to approve it. So please, I await your response on this, Mr. President.
Well, who prepared that document you were reading from?
Say that, sir?
Who prepared the document you were reading
No,
from?
it is available. It is from the Freedom from Religion. This thing is going all over the country. Litigation is all over the country.
I'm aware that but I'm asking you who prepared that.
I'm sure you're aware. School districts all over the country are going through this litigation.
But Chester, I'm sorry that you want me to respond to it. The Board of Education, the people that are listening now, have a right to understand who prepared that document, because I thought you were going to read something that you prepared.
I did not prepare it.
So who did prepare it? Because you're asking me to respond to something that I don't, I've heard a mix of facts, law, opinion,
yes,
as well as a misstatement of fact and law. So I think everybody has a right to know who it is that prepared that.
Freedom from Religion Foundation.
Okay. So,
and it's available for anyone.
So they seem to have a viewpoint, but some of it I could follow, and some of it I was not able to follow. I apologize for that. But I thought I heard you read that school districts can exclude worship or church services from their school buildings. Did I hear you read that?
Yes, it's in there.
Okay. And that is from everything that we've been told by our legal counsel, and what I've read is that that's just not correct.
Okay.
And so that's why I have a problem. You asked me to respond to that because I don't know what the context was for them saying that, but it's not what I understand to now be settled law by the Supreme Court.
I did not add or delete anything from this document.
I'm sorry?
Nothing was added by me or deleted by me from this document.
No, I don't mean to suggest that you did. I don't know the writer, I don't know the organization, and I don't know what they may have done and what their understanding of the law is. What I have been told by legal counsel is that it is now settled law, decided by the Supreme Court, that's, as was said in the beginning of what you read, was that school districts that have an open policy to letting organizations of all types rent their buildings cannot exclude churches or even religious services from taking place in those buildings, assuming that those school districts have a policy like that. So I want you to ask me where this started from. So let me read, as you probably have read yourself, the policy that dates back to at least 2007, which says, the board encourages the greatest possible use of school buildings for community-wide activities, period. This is meant to include use by recognized civic, social, fraternal, and religious organizations. So this goes back for at least 15 years. And it's been that way for 15 years. We have had in this room, we have had, let me call them gospel concerts take place. And that's never been an issue that was ever brought to my attention. Not quite a religious service or a worship service, but certainly those songs communicated a point of view about who God was, and so there is a religious expression there. But now you take all that back, and it may be even that this policy even predates 2007, but the most recent period before we have made some revisions in 18 and 19 was 2007, when the board in effect then.
It's 2011.
And 2007, and the board then at least restated that religious organizations could make use of our school buildings. Now, you run the clock the calendar forward to now, and I think we first heard about this maybe in May, maybe June, I'm not quite sure. A church comes to us like any other organization, and when you were the president of the Birchwood Civic, you may have used Powell's Lane. The Sherwood Civic Association used Powell's Lane. A lot of different organizations use our school buildings.
Viewpoint neutral.
Okay? And you asked me to respond, right? So let me respond. So when they come to us, given our policy, which provides for any organization to come, and then as long as they're going to cite what their organization is going to use it for, the building for, as long as they pay the rental rate that we've posted on our website, that's part of our policy, that they provide insurance, that they provide a hold harmless agreement to us. We would be constitutionally wrong to deny them that use, even if they don't have I think you phrased it, a neutral viewpoint.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what this board was left with when this church came and made the request of us.
I think council will advise you also, Mr. President, that
you think what?
Our council will advise you that all of this is currently being appealed.
But, Chester, that may be the case that is being appealed, but it is in fact at this moment, it is settled law. And we can't deny a church or anybody else use of our building because somebody is going to appeal what is currently settled law. Now, I recognize that laws change. Court interpretations, they change. Court decisions change. But right now, what we're dealing with is the latest Supreme Court ruling, which says that it would be constitutional for us to ban a church or any other organization for as long as the board has a wide open policy. Now, we could change our policy, and we could potentially, and I don't have counsel here, and I haven't spoken to the board, but we could potentially say that we're only going to allow civic associations to use our buildings. But that's not the situation we found ourselves in when the church came to us and made this request.
Mr. President, based on the rate that I saw posted in the July 12th meeting agenda, it amounts to about $4,000 per month. Am I right there?
It comes to $49,140 for the 52 weeks.
And it is worked out that it will cover all the wear and tear and stuff, or how is it below rate or at rate, or what is it?
Well, they have an obligation to compensate us for any damage that they cause, and we have the ability to, should we see any wear and tear in the building, that we have the ability to cancel the agreement.
Can the public see that contract?
Sure. I mean, in fact, you looked at the July 12th agenda, it's in there.
Yes, it is in there, but the agreed upon contract.
No, And also well, if you look at the board policy, it says it in there. And I didn't underline that section, but the board policy says that we have that right.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Ms. Lavelle, I don't mind you coming, but there's another lady who was trying to get up here when, do you have a question with the same issue? A different issue?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lizman Bozor, and my address is 207 Kenko Street. Tonight, I'm so happy to be here. And before I begin, I would like to thank the board and especially the superintendent and with the board. And tonight, I'm just here. I have 3 topics. With the first one is the calendar. And Park Avenue, it's not, no event on the Park Avenue. Park Avenue, it's not included. I don't know if you can hear me. Park Avenue, it's not included in the district calendar. And I don't know why. No event, nothing is there for Park Avenue. From my understanding, I know if somebody responsible for the calendars before they step out, maybe a viewing, to see if everything is there. I don't receive one, but one of the parents are calling me, ask me if there's nothing, no event for Park Avenue. So I don't receive one. I went to the school, that's the first topic. I went to the school and grabbed one, and no Park Avenue. I don't understand if a mother have kids and forget one of them. So I need an answer for that, please.
So every school is in the calendar. Are you referring to pictures from Park Avenue?
No, actually, no event, nothing. Park Avenue, it's not included on the calendar, district calendar.
Parent-teacher conference, meet the teacher night is not on the calendar?
Nothing for Park Avenue.
So I'm just gonna go to the website. I don't want to take up the time.
The district calendar.
Yeah, sure, I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I see all of the school minus Park Avenue.
Yeah, so, before I give.
And myself, I took the time to, and actually, I'm the PTA president at Park Avenue. So myself, I took the time and one of the member, and I, put everything down, but nothing there.
Dr. Chase?
Yes?
I am looking at the calendar online. I do see an event, just happened to look at December 2022, 6 p.m. Park Winter Concert on December 8th.
Right. Park Avenue is there. So would you like to?
Oh, actually, I forgot to bring the calendar with me, but.
Well, we have one here. I have one online.
Okay. But the one we sent home?
Yes, ma'am. The beautiful, colorful one with all of our beautiful scholars on there?
Yes.
Yes. So just for your own reference, and maybe it was an oversight on your part, and that's okay, because we're all in this together, right? So I'm looking at September, and I'm looking at Meet the Teacher Night, September 21st, Park Avenue School, grades 1 and 2. I'm looking at Meet the Teacher Night on 22nd of September from 5:30, Park Avenue. It's Park Avenue is on.
Okay, when it's gonna be our next event?
When is it going to be? What?
Next event for this month. Is it on the calendar?
So are you asking me, is Park mentioned for October?
Yes.
Okay, so,
But we are looking for it, we don't see it on the.
no, Park is mentioned just as much as the other schools are. I don't know particularly, you're asking me about September.
No, September's past, now October.
So October. Hold on. I'm sorry, Mr. Ewan, I apologize.
Are you
Grades,
talking about PTA meetings?
Like event and PTA meetings and everything?
okay. But
Because there's a conflict with our PTA meeting and the middle school, because they changed the date, and since it's not in the calendar, and they don't know, and they choose our day
okay, so
on the 28th of September.
So October 14th, right, which is this week, there are progress reports, grades K through 5. That includes Park Avenue School. On the calendar, it mentions Park Avenue. On the 17th, there is a SEPTA parent workshop, but it's at Park Avenue. So Park Avenue is identified throughout the calendar.
I don't receive one, but
Yeah, it's there.
okay. It's there.
But you're looking
just
for,
want-
right.
You said it's there. I believe you. I have other things. I'm sorry. If it's there, okay, I believe.
But you said there were no events at Park. I want to make sure that I
Okay,
understand. There are no events listed for
Okay.
Park.
Okay, yes.
Okay. So there are events listed for Park Avenue School throughout the calendar. As I am scanning through the calendar, I do see them. And anytime you see an event that says K-5, that includes all of our elementary schools, just not
Okay.
listed in particular.
Okay.
But there are activities listed for Park Avenue School. Okay, the PTA meetings may not be listed. Yeah, so,
Okay.
all right, and we do have beautiful pictures from Park as well, so they haven't listed. We're not gonna leave out Park Avenue.
Okay. I
We
hope
would
so.
never do that.
Okay. I hope so. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's not a fight. It's just like
No, not at all.
moving together.
Clarification.
All right.
Clarification. And I
Thank
just
you.
thank you so much for your comment. Yeah, so one of the things I will ask, so that, because you talked about having conflicts with PTA meetings, have you met with Mr. Chambers so that you can coordinate your meetings and so that there are no conflict with different activities that he may have that are school-based?
Oh, no. We're good with Mr. Chambers. It's other PTA, like we have, since the time, it's not on the calendar, but middle school, they have the same time, the council.
Okay.
They took the date since it's not mentioned in the calendar.
So could that be something that you can discuss within PTA council?
Okay, no
Yeah, perhaps, and so that we can just, clarify the calendar so that there will be no conflicts, because those PTA meetings are really important.
Okay.
All righty? Absolutely, and thank you so much. And thanks for all that you do with PTA.
My pleasure. Okay. The second question I have, and I'm sorry. I was enjoyed the dad drop day. That was wonderful. I enjoy it because we got a great time at Park Avenue with our fathers. One thing, Google cannot translate Creole. I'm sorry. So it's my own language. When the letter came to my house, I cannot read it. And I said, I know, there's a lot of Haitian people in the district. And I said, no, they will never do that. I just put them on the side, but I blame Google. While I'm struggling to read it, and my phone rang, and another parent called me, said, hey, what happened? I said, okay, I'm already, I like to sing parent, community, everyone happy. And I don't want to see it upset. And I know the district are working for the community, for what I heard. So anyway, when she called me, and with Creole, when you translate it with Google, it goes a little harsh.
Yeah.
With the Haitian population, will rather like one of our members working on a district translate it better.
Okay.
So because with the Creole we got, you just grab your child and dumped it to the school. This is how, because Creole, one word can make you happy.
Sure.
It's the way, it's words, the way you say it. It can make you upset or make you happy. And I tried to make it a fun for the parent because I don't want her to be upset.
Sure.
And I tried to go around it. I said, okay, I will address it to the board and the district, and that's why.
No, I appreciate that. Let me ask you a question, because there's been other letters that have come in Haitian Creole. Is it just the dad's letter, or would you say that all of the letters in Haitian Creole?
Like if it's Google translated, it's a little, it's not lelo. It's hard to read and not understand.
So I understand that, but are you referring to just the letter about the dads take your child to school, or are you talking about all letters that come in?
All letters. It's
All
better-
letters, because we
yeah.
have human translators.
No, okay.
Yeah, no, I appreciate
No,
that, because
okay.
I want to just talk to them about that, because maybe we need to revisit that with our human translators.
Yes,
Yeah.
I understand Google can translate
Yeah.
languages.
Yeah,
but,
thank you for
know,
sharing that with me.
Some language, it's like the way you present it, it's a really harsh and
I
strong.
agree, yeah.
And grab your kids and dump it. I tried, I said, oh, no.
We
no,
don't
no,
grab
no.
kids and
but,
dump them.
I understand.
Right,
That's why I
right.
blame Google.
Right.
I said, no, none of our members will never
Yeah.
try to say
So
it
if there are
that
any of our Haitian Creole families who are watching this in the virtual world, let me just be the first to say on behalf of the district, any language translation that is offensive, I apologize. That's not our intention at all. And so we have to do better. And I will speak to our translators just to make sure that they're not using Google, that they're using their knowledge, because that's why we hired them, right, to do the translation. And you're not on our translator list, are you? Yeah.
I like to sing family and community, and
Yeah.
the board and the district are
Yeah.
very happy because,
Sure.
we're in the community, we have to work together.
Yeah.
And I don't want to see the families are very upset and try,
Neither do
no,
we.
it's not right.
Neither do we.
All
And
right.
please, if they are watching, and just let them know that that is
Oh, yeah,
definitely not our
I'll
sentiment.
let them know.
And please extend my apology.
Oh, yeah, I already, spoke around and addressed it for not keep going and going because this is a very new generation. Every time there's a generation, different generation. Right now, people are looking or watching. And with Westbury community, we want to be together.
We are
and
one
work
Westbury.
together.
One
Okay.
Westbury. And you said you had one more, right? Okay.
Just before you go to the next question, I'm going to just remind you, though, we do have try to adhere to a 3-minute time limit. But we want you to have the opportunity to have your questions answered. But I also want to say that we go to the board and the district go to great lengths to make sure we include the Haitian population in all of our communications as best we're able to. We are aware that Westbury has the densest population of Haitians on all of Long Island. Some people might think that honor belongs to Elmont. In fact, it belongs to Westbury. And in fact, the Westbury School District is required to print its budget newsletter in both English and Spanish. We go the extra length to print it in English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole. We do the same with the notices we have to put in the paper, and it at some expense to ourselves to be able to do that. So as Dr. Chase did, we apologize for any errors we may have made, but please understand that was just a mistake and is not our intent, certainly, and that we do make every effort we can to communicate with all of our constituents. Okay. So if we just move along very quickly to your next question.
It's
Okay.
a little time. With the school hours, for the elementary school, it's a little longer. Some of the transportation or dropping the kids are early and they're on the ground. We want our children ready to learn. But when the kids drop early, I don't know about the other school, but I'm speaking for Park Avenue. So when you drop your kids at school, like if you don't know the time, for example, no parent or no, the kids are sing until 9:45 with the teacher, like see the teacher, at that time. So with the breakfast, it's a grab and go, and some kids are already at the school property, playing around, fighting, they're not ready at 9:45. When these kids get to the classroom, you're not at the building, but I pass by, glance, and I don't think they're ready. The time, if the school, sometimes the school make a phone call, right phone call, like general call. So the parents, some kids who not eating breakfast at the school, they shouldn't be at the school that early. They don't see the teacher until, I don't know if there's some meeting in the morning, I don't know what's going on to the district and the teachers, but the kids are seeing until 9:45, like I can say 10 o'clock, because after 8:30, they're playing around, fighting and everything. They're not ready, and then I think they're seeing like until 10. So, I don't know.
That's the first time I've heard that students are sitting around until 10 o'clock and not.
No, not 10 o'clock. I said that because when the bus stop, like when the bus drop them at the school, they're on the school property. They're not in until 9 something.
9 something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're playing around. And one parent, it's happened, the kids are seeing things on the floor, like you just mentioned before, people dropping things on our property and do things. One of the second grader finds something, think it's a good thing because it's a funny paper, and she grabbed it and she thought that was something.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
have you had this conversation with the principal, with Mr. Chambers? Because I'm also going to follow up with your concerns with Mr. Chambers in the morning.
Yeah.
And- and
Mr.
so I think
Chambers
it's-
are doing wonderful.
Oh,
we
he is
have no
great.
problem. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
doing great. But, he's not the one who make the time. That's why I addressed it to the bud and the district to see.
So
I
the
don't-
time change, and I don't know if you received any of the emails that I sent during the summer. We sent, oh my goodness, maybe about 10 to 15 during the summer, just informing parents on why we decided to change the start time and the end time, and that is to allow our teachers an opportunity to meet in what is called a professional learning community. And a professional learning community is when our teachers collaborate in the morning. This is their only sacred time in the morning to collaborate. And at that time, they're talking about student work, student data, focused on what students are learning, and how we could ensure that they learn more and that they learn better. And so that's what the teachers are doing, and that's the reason why we changed the times. And we had to change the times because the thing about a professional learning community is that you want all the teachers to be in these meetings at the same time. This allows us to do it at 3 of our elementary schools. That's why we changed the times. I think we changed it. We've been communicating this since July in terms of the reason, but because of the time, I'm happy to sit with you in my office to even talk about it, just to bring more clarity into that professional learning community time. While the teachers are learning and while the teachers are working together, should I say, the students are supervised by trained professionals who work in the schools, so they should not be running around, and as you said, running around and picking up things. They should be engaged with the trained professional, or they're having breakfast. What we're going to be doing in the next couple of weeks is offering something called Before the Bell Learning, and also our extended day, which gives children an opportunity to get ready for the day through learning activities. It might be enrichment in the morning and also enrichment in the afternoon. And that will at least keep the students engaged academically while the teachers are engaged in their work until the actual bell starts. But I want to have further conversation with you to make sure that you understand what we're doing, and also, too, that you could share with the rest of the PTA what the professional learning community is all about and why we're doing that. But sometimes we send letters out to families, and fairness to you and anybody who's listening and those who are in the audience, when we send letters out, it is with the assumption that everybody understands what it is that we're saying. And sometimes it's important that we just have the back and forth dialogue about what we're doing and why we're doing it, and letters don't lend itself that opportunity to do it. So I do welcome an opportunity to meet with you, PTA from Park. I'll even go over to Park, and we can just have further conversation about it.
Yes, I understand that. With the teachers, I'm telling you, like they're dropping early. Like for me, I don't know the time, right? If I don't get the letters, or I'll just give you an example. I know the school start at 8 o'clock or 8:30. They used to drop the kids at 8:20. So I drop my kids at 8:20. No supervision outside. Nobody's outside. They're on a building. But I don't know because I just dropped, and not me, but I just an example. They just dropped the kids, or the bus driver dropped the kids at 8:30. But the teachers are not there. They're on the property.
Correct, but somebody's getting those kids off the bus. That is one of our trained staff. We have our SRPs, we have our TAs, who are taking students off the bus. There is no way you can tell me that the kids are just let off and they're just out there.
Okay.
Dropped off.
Drop off.
So the parents are dropping off
Yeah,
and just leaving.
They don't know the time.
The
and-
parents don't know the time
Yeah.
already?
So,
Okay, so that needs to be addressed. So thank you for
the
that.
just, yeah, a general call, like kids who are not eating breakfast, they're not supposed to be at the property early than whatever the time the district or the board put on. So it will be good.
Thank you for your comment. I really appreciate that.
You know, just so
that's
we're all
safe.
clear, you're saying that some parents are dropping their kids off at the
Leaving.
time that
Yeah,
school was
that's an
open last year, because they're not aware that there's a new
Maybe
opening.
they have the same. That
Okay.
happened to me because it's a mindset, you know, the school gonna start at that time and you drop like at 7.
May I ask you a question? Did you get any of the letters about the new start time? No. Did you get the letters from the schools? Because did you get a package from the school? An opening welcome to school packet?
Not this year, like that.
Okay, thank you. All right.
All right, not a calendar, nothing.
You didn't get a calendar neither?
I just checked the website because they keep saying to check the website. I checked the website, and this is how
All
I
right.
collaborate
So
with my
perhaps maybe
children.
your home address and information needs to be updated? Because,
Same,
yeah,
20.
yeah, because, you know, that's a problem. Because when I send information out, I have sent multiple communication out about the times. I even did phone blasts about the times, text messages, and it's for me, a problem that you have not received it, and I see another parent shaking, did not receive it. That's a communication issue.
Yes, communication, this is
Yeah,
how we
because we've
go.
been sending it out, and so we can't assume because we send it out that people are receiving it. So, all right,
Just
I
have to
appreciate
let
that.
you know.
Yeah.
My pleasure.
Thank you for all of your comments this
My
evening.
pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
There you go, now you got one.
I believe Ms. Lavelle had a question, so. Ms. Lavelle? You,
I don't think I have to say my name again. However, following up on the presentation that Gary, that you did, I just want to say I don't talk only about not bad things or things that is negative to me, but I just want to thank Miss O'Neill and I think Gary, what's the other lady's name? I don't remember. But at the last meeting or the meeting before, there were complaints about water actually being available for the kids, and somehow they talked about the fountains not workable. However, it's my understanding that you did go through, and I believe that the elementary schools have gotten their water bottles. Am I correct, Mr. Neal? Isn't that true? And I thank you for that.
I believe that's true. We also have the bubblers on in the buildings.
So they did get it. Okay.
Water is available.
Thank you, and thank you, Gary. Thank you also. Okay, now, I won't be long, Mr. Triana, trust me, I won't. However, I just want to talk 1 minute or two about the church situation. I, too, got, I wouldn't say hundreds, but I will tell you, I got quite a few calls regarding the church being kept at the middle school. In the beginning, it went around in my head, and I said, wait a minute now. I do recall in July, I think it was mid-July, that was an agenda item. Now,
that's correct.
yeah, okay, now my thing is this, and I think I'm just saying this. I know I can't talk to the community, but I will say, for all those people that were there complaining, shame on all of us. Because you know what? If we attend board meetings and pay attention, we would see. And I think we had ample time to question if we had questions regarding this. The other thing is, I trust the board, and I don't think the board would have agreed to actually vote on something that they had not checked out with their legal counsel. And no disrespect to my friend Chester, I don't have what he has. So I don't know, he cited, I'm sorry, where he got it from, but I'm just stating that I went to the church in the middle school, I think 2 weeks ago. I did not plan to stay. I was curious to see what this church was and what was really going on there. And I am happy to say I ended up staying for the whole service. I stayed back in that parking lot and I watched. You talk about teamwork with this church. I am telling you, there were like, I can't find an adjective to describe these folks. And you know, the thing that really, I was blessed to my soul with the sermon 2 weeks ago. I went back again this last Sunday. And again, I was blessed. And I looked and I watched as these church people, they worked together as a team. And they cleared up. And I saw how they actually interacted with the community at large. And I was truly impressed. And again, I will state that the policy, I know that the policy was followed. I would think so. Because I do know they have on the policy, they have like the rates and stuff. And I'm sure, I'm almost positive that that was looked into to make sure that the correct fees were charged. Now, if there should be some concern, maybe the policy need to be looked at again or rewritten or something. And like I said, I'm not preaching in church on Sunday, but I think I needed to come here. I didn't think this would be a forum for this, but I'm here. I'm not representing the church, don't get me wrong. I'm not a member of that church, but I am telling you, I was impressed, and I do think I will attend that church again. In Jesus' name, amen.
I just want to thank you, Ms. Lavelle, for expressing your trust in the board to have checked out the laws and our policy before agreeing to rent to the church. And I want to assure you that we reviewed our policy and the state and federal law prior to agreeing, and then double-checked as recently as today to make sure that we are on solid foundation, and what our counsel tells us is that we are. With respect to your comments about the church, I too, as you know, was there on the first Sunday, and I was really very much impressed by the care they gave to our building. And you know that during the service, Pastor Brian just made a statement to the parishioners that they not be the first to cause a spill on our property. And no food, no drinks were allowed into the auditorium. And I don't know if you had a chance to go into the child care room, but they also, in addition to the auditorium, they also rented 2 rooms from us so parents could leave their children, have them taken care of, while they went to the worship service. And they went to the extra effort, I'm going to call it. I guess they purchased these. I'm going to call them curtains that they hung around the classroom so that none of the kids could cause any damage to the walls or any of the hangings that were on the wall. It was an impressive display of their respect for our property. Yes.
My name is Wendy Foster. I'm at 519 Alicia Drive in Westbury. I listened to what Chester had to say tonight, and I also listened to what Ms. Lavelle had to say tonight. And as you know, the board, there are a number of people here from Westbury who never come to board meetings, myself included. And there's a particular reason and a sentiment why we're here. Most people are here because they're unhappy, because the board issued the, the right for this new church to come into our community. I'm sure that there are board members here who are part of Westbury, who live in Westbury, who know what our churches are experiencing right now. And that is why, that's the part that most people are discontented right now, because of COVID, a number of churches have lost membership. The Methodist Church, Advent Church. Mr. Triana, you were a member of Advent Church, and you know what Advent is experiencing. And we feel betrayed that board members who are part of our community, who are part of our churches, who come into our churches when they need votes, will bring a new church into our community, into our new school, without even giving us an opportunity to have a voice. And I'm sure that what I am seeing right now is how most of these people in this building feel that are part of Westbury. Our churches, I am not a person who goes to church every Sunday. I'm an Advent member, but I don't go to church every Sunday. But I feel the pain that Advent people feel. I feel the pain that the Methodist Church feels, because they have lacked membership. Miss Lavelle happened to have gone to the church, and she loves it. It's a bright, shiny new thing. That's what it is. It's a new age church. They play music. They have all these nice facilities that grab people in. And we feel betrayed by the board, who are members of our community, who we vote for to be part of this board, to then invite a new church into our community who will in turn grab members. That church is not going to be there in the future just worshiping 8 to 10. They will need to grow. They will probably come back to the board, and they'll want Wednesday for some type of Bible study. How does that affect our children's education? Will the board say, well, the kids can't do activity X because we have the church has rental priority, because there's money involved.
Finished? I want to respond. I don't want to cut you off.
You can respond, and I can respond back to you. Go ahead.
Okay, sure. And I'm just going to ask you to be mindful that we do try and keep comments to 3 minutes, and so we're not going to have too much back and forth. But I just want to make a couple of observations, some of the things that you said. And by the way, it's nice to see you here, and I hope you'll come back. I just want you to be clear, and everybody else to be clear here, that everybody on this board is from lives in the Westbury School District. So it's not just some of us, it's all of us. And some of us choose to go to churches that are in Westbury. And some of us even go to churches to ask for people at the church to vote for them.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yep, yeah, we do. But and I'm sorry that you feel betrayed, because there's no one on this board that would betray this community. I am quite confident of that. And you also said that we invited this church to come in. That's not correct. We didn't invite this church to come in.
Well, I don't mean that you sent an invitation out. You allowed them to come in.
What we did was we followed our policy and we followed the law. And so you've heard, I think you may have heard my rejoinder to Mr. McGivens, that the Supreme Court has ruled that that schools that have an open policy with respect to what organizations can rent its space cannot deny access to a church even for a worship service.
Okay.
And let me just finish, okay? Mrs. Lavelle brought up the point that she was confident that we followed the law and the policy in effect now. And she also said we may want to change that in the future, and we may. And we may based on some of what we've heard tonight. But the law that we were presented with when the church first asked for permission, like any other organization does or can, that we had no choice but to follow the law and to follow policy. And you elect us, this community elects us to make sure that we follow the law, that we establish policies, and we follow those policies. And were we not to follow the law, we might have been sued by the church. And then you would be upset that we took on a lawsuit. So I also want to make just one more comment, and we'll give you one more chance to say something.
Yes.
That it really is not fair of you to say that the people here are against this arrangement, because there are also people here that are for this arrangement.
I never said that all of the people here are against it. I said that it brought the people who are against it or feel betrayed, that's the reason they're here. Because I got phone calls to come here primarily for that reason.
But again,
Can I just say something?
if I can just respond, because you used the word again, that people may have felt betrayed, but I hope that you've heard what I had to say about that, and I hope you'll go back and be an ambassador in a sense, and communicate to them that there's no betrayal here, that we were following the law and following our policy, which may be subject to change, the policy, but until the law changes, we're going to follow the law.
You followed the law, but did you think did this church go to Carl Place School District and ask them to use their middle school? Did this church go to Carl Place Middle School to find Carl Place School Board to rent the space at Carl Place? Did they go to Hicksville? Did they go to Jericho? But they came to Westbury.
Yeah, no, they have relationships with other school districts, and they also went to Realtor in Westbury to try and find space in non-public space in Westbury.
I'm just a little perturbed that they chose, out of all the districts in Long Island, they would choose our brand new school to use.
Well, but again, they have relationships with other school districts, so you're feeling you're being perturbed because you feel like they just came and chose Westbury.
Westbury's brand new school.
Well, okay. So, but again, we're following the law. We're protecting the taxpayers of this community from our being sued. We would have lost that case, from our being sued for denying them use of the building.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Allison Clonmel, 50 Middle Camp Road in Westbury. I had no intention of coming here and saying anything tonight. But when it comes to churches and religions, I have to stand up. And I have to tell you something. Up until a couple of years ago, we had 43 churches in Westbury. 43. Count them now. And it wasn't all because of COVID. It's because the people lost interest. If you want to talk about diminishing numbers, speak to your pastors. Speak to your lay leaders. Speak to people like me who watch it on Zoom. I'm a member of 4 different churches in 3 different states. And I watch it on Zoom. Lest we forget the banners that were hanging up in Westbury at one time that read what? A community of all seasons. For everybody. My youngest daughter is an attorney. She works in compliance. Companies who are non-compliant get sued up the wazoo and back. Why should we submit possibly ourselves to that? Like Elaine Lavelle, I had no idea what she was going to talk about tonight. But I trust the board. I trust our legal system. And I've been here since 1965. You know how many lawsuits Westbury's been involved in, how much we've had to pay? So by all means, I'm glad that the church is there. I don't plan to go there. I don't really care, as long as we are compliant, not only with that, but with everything we do, that we are compliant, because I'm tired of being sued. So thank God they're here. And I don't see what the problem is. And anytime any of my neighbors call me or come to me with a complaint, it's a brand new day. Don't come and call me. Come up here to a board meeting. Don't bring me your problem. If they have a problem, they should have been here tonight. If the neighbors where you live, and I don't know, had a problem, they should have been here tonight. If any of mine on my block had a problem, they can't come to me and tell me nothing. Come for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Horn, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Mr. Horn, I think that's Anna Simon there. She's had her hand up for quite a while. Mr. Horn, you'll be next.
Thank you. My name is Anna Simon, 235 State Street. How's everyone doing? Sorry I'm late. I just got off of work. I have two questions. Because I'm late, I'm not sure if you went over this, but it's saying space requested 1 classroom. Is the church requesting another classroom or the classrooms that they already have on 13G?
So in July, the board approved the use of the auditorium and 2 classrooms for childcare. They've been now after their first week of operation, they recognized that given the number of children, that 2 classrooms was not enough, and they needed a 3rd classroom. Right. So that's on the agenda.
So it's the 3.
So now they need 3. They're paying the same posted rate on our website per our policy of $135 for that 3rd classroom, and that will be voted on next Tuesday.
So I went this past Sunday. They were using 3 classrooms, and the auditorium, and I guess next Sunday or the Sunday after that, they're talking about they wanted to use the cafeteria because it was on their screen. I do have a problem in that 1 security and 1 custodian, I believe it is, correct? They can't handle all those people. You need more either custodians or security because they're up and down the hallway and everything else, and I just went this past Sunday. Also, my second question is why the middle school students do not have lockers. Winter's coming, they're going to be carrying their coats and these book bags, and they don't have nowhere to put them. And to my understanding from the kids, I didn't hear not one teacher say it, but they're going to be banning Uggs, boots, Uggs or boots or whatever, because they cannot wear them to gym. Well, if they had a locker, they'll be able to wear their boots in the snow and everything to school and then be able to change into their sneakers. So I'm just not understanding why they don't have any lockers.
So I'll let Dr. Chase address that question, but before we get to that, you made the observation about parishioners or maybe even...
Yeah, they were just up and down the hallways, but I was under the assumption it was only a certain area they would...
Yeah, and you're right, so that's what I wanted to address. So they may have spoken about use of the cafeteria. The church leadership has not spoken to the school district about that, and so I don't think that they're planning on that.
No, they gave a date. I have it on my phone. It's a date given. I have it on my phone. Well, because it was on their screens. I'll show it to you later.
So just so we're clear,
okay.
The board is committed to following the law and policy. Policy would require that they submit a formal application to use the cafeteria. Okay. The board would have to vote to agree for that. Yeah. As part of that, they would have to agree to the fee that we've established for use of the cafeteria. Okay. So I can tell you unequivocally that none of that has happened as of this moment. Okay. With respect to the number of custodians and security, I'm not sure I agree with you, Anna. I was not there this past Sunday. I was there the Sunday before. let me just finish, okay? That there's need for additional security. In fact, the security officer who was there, who is actually here today as well, he was really happy, and he said that they were self-policing. It may be, however, that we may need to consider an additional custodian, because he really was working, because he was making sure that as people came in the building and touched anything, that he was cleaning up that spot right away. So we will consider that. Dr. Chase, you want to speak to the lockers?
Hi, how are you?
Hi.
I'm glad we finally get to meet in person. So I think since last year, the middle school made a decision to do away with the use of lockers so that the students will get to their classes in time. In my conversation with Ms. Crawford, I believe they're going to pilot bringing them back slowly but surely, but I do know that it has to do with the student movement through the schools. Now, in terms of banning Uggs, haven't heard that before.
I heard it through the kids, so I don't I said I don't know.
Absolutely new to me.
I don't know, but I'm just saying, the
And
kids
why
were talking
Uggs
about
of all, right? So I
Yeah.
have no idea. I will find out and definitely follow up with you on that. I know how to find you.
it. Okay. So they're carrying their books on their back.
Well, a
through
lot of
every
them,
class,
them
and they
are
got
using,
3 minutes. They
right,
got
a
3
lot of them are
minutes to
using the
get to class.
Chromebooks too. So that's why we have the Chromebooks, so that we can.
But
less
a
use
lot of the
book.
teachers, they want them to have books or binders or whatever the case may be, even though they have these Chromebooks, because they want them to learn how to use their binders and books or what have you. They don't want to do away with too much of the old school way, because going into high school, they may need a binder or something, and they want them to learn how to use it. Okay, so they have these binders, they have these books, they have their Chromebook. They have, say come in winter, whatever, even now, because it's fall, they have their long coats, whatever, but they're carrying all this. I know for a fact, my daughter goes from one end of the school to the other end of the school, and she has to get there within 3 minutes.
Right.
That's insane.
Right. So let me just ask you a question. Have you had this conversation with the principal, with Ms. Crawford?
I semi-touched on it, but I told her that I would be back to speak to her on it.
All right.
But she did tell me about they had to get to school, get to class in 3 minutes or whatever. But I didn't go in depth with her, no.
Okay. So my recommendation is, please make an appointment, meet with her. You know where to find her. Please meet with her, have a conversation with her. I will ask her about the Uggs situation, because I find it to be a bit bizarre.
These kids call my daughter all the time. And
I understand.
Mom.
I
And I was
understand.
like, I
So let me
don't
just find out, because, we put this out in the atmosphere, and so I want to be able to make sure that.
Well, the reason why, let me tell you about the Uggs thing, because they said on gym day, they cannot play gym in those boots.
Sure, so it's not proper attire. And it's a safety issue, not the proper attire.
So that's why.
Because I wear Uggs, and I'll tell you one
That's why
thing,
they were
I
talking about
can't
not wearing
run
them.
properly in my Uggs. Right? So I get it for that reason. But let me just find out more, and my recommendation is have a conversation with the principal. I do know that the leadership team have talked about reinstating those lockers, but more of a scaffolded way, slowly but surely. But I do know that they want to get the scholars acclimated to getting to class on time and just getting them trained in that manner, as she shared with you already.
Okay, I don't mean to hold up no time, because I'm going to go sit down. But they want to get these lockers going. It's already October. Soon, when are they going to do it? School almost going to be over.
We're not even.
Well, we October.
We're not even 30 days in.
Get it together.
Right, I understand. They will. They will.
Okay.
All right. They want to make sure that the children get acclimated first, and this is really an acclimation period. So have the conversation with Ms. Crawford. I will too. I just sent her a text message letting her know what your concerns were when you shared that, so she's aware, and I'm sure there will be some action.
Okay.
I thank you so much for your comment. Absolutely.
As Mr. Horn comes to the mic, I just want to make a couple of comments. And unfortunately, Ms. Foster left. Ms. Foster left, I believe, but she said two things, is that there are churches in this community that are suffering because of COVID, and I just want everybody here to know, and hopefully you've gotten that from my comments about the law, that under no circumstances could we deny any church the ability to rent our building because of how another church in Westbury was faring. That is not a consideration we can make. She also expressed a concern that they might extend their use of the building in a way that might affect education. That is not something that would be permissible by law. So we cannot mix religion with education or with student activities. They have to be completely separate. So if anybody would communicate that to her, or if anybody has that feeling that's listening, please know that the Supreme Court does not say that. The Supreme Court says if you have a policy that allows other organizations to use your buildings during non-school hours, you must allow a church to do that as well, even for a worship service. Mr. Horn?
Excuse me, Donald Horn, 823 Eastfield Road. And most of my concerns were addressed by others, but there are a few others. They mentioned additional security or janitorial service. Who is going to be paying for this?
Yeah, so that's a cost that today is being borne by the church. And if we were to expand security and or custodial services, they would have to pay for that as well.
Okay. I'd also like to say that I'm disappointed, period, about the whole thing with this church, because I don't think the community really knew what was going on. I don't think we were given enough notice about this. I didn't know about it until recently, until it started happening. I don't know if it went out in some bulletin or something that I didn't get, but a lot of the people that I spoke to didn't know about it. It also bothers me that they have to come to our new school to use that. I've been in Westbury for 35 years, and for the 35 years I've been here, you went into that middle school when my kids were going there. Every time it rained, it leaked. You always had these garbage cans catching the water. Now that they finally built a part of it and fixed it up and it's nice, here comes this church to take it over. And when I say take it over, they just walk in. I don't like that. I don't think that was fair.
We can. So I think you've already done it. So Mr. Horn, can I just ask you maybe to speak a little louder as well? Rose, I couldn't hear the other voices, so I apologize. I didn't catch that. Mr.
Yes,
Horn.
as I was saying that now that we have this nice new building, $175 million, whatever it cost, here comes this church.
It wasn't quite that much, but.
Well, it's up there. And whatever it costs is coming out of our pockets. It's been doing, this is what's been happening for, like I said, for almost 35 years that I've been living here. And now all of a sudden, they're just walking right in and taking advantage of all the newness of the place, which to me is not fair. It's let them go to, like one lady said, go to Hicksville or one of these other places. There's a theater down on Post Avenue. There's a big empty building in the Broadway Mall where Macy's used to be. Across there where it says, go to some other place. Why you have to come in and take over our building? And don't say that they're not going to abuse it, because something is going to happen. They're going to be damaging it to some extent. It may not be much. Like you said, they have this thing around the wall. That may only last for a while. Who knows how long it's going to last for. So it's just that I'm disappointed that in my opinion, we were not notified. We didn't have a chance. We had pretty much nothing to say about it. And because it's our building, let's face it, it's our building. You guys as the school board may run it, but it's our building.
Uh-huh.
We pay for it. It's you guys may run the school board, but all these buildings belong to us. And I think we have a right to be part of the decision in renting or whatever. I don't care how good the service is, or that's beside the point. There's churches all over Westbury, and it depends on what you want to hear, what you determine to be good.
Okay, we hear you, Mr. Horn, and I hear your disappointment.
Yes.
The only thing I'd like to address, some of what you said is really questions for the church. Why they didn't go somewhere else, that I really can't speak to. But with respect to notification, I just want you to know that the notification we did for the July board meeting was exactly the same as we do for every meeting. So there's nothing different at all.
And did that specify that this church was going to be?
So just so you know, we never send out a notification about a specific resolution on our agenda, with just one exception that I can think of. And that was when we announced that we were going to be hiring our new superintendent, Dr. Chase. And in that case, we wanted to make sure the public had an opportunity to meet her as soon as possible and with as many people as possible. But other than that, we don't send out notification about particular resolutions. We make our entire agenda available on our website. We also make it available at key locations in the community. And that's the entire agenda, not a specific agenda item.
But don't you think something like that should be brought out, that specific? I mean, this is not just regular school business. This is something different. This is a church coming into our school building and using it. I guess we can all have different opinions about that and can even agree to disagree. We have a policy that allows organizations of all kinds to come and rent our buildings. As I mentioned earlier, we have had gospel concerts at both the high school and the middle school. Yeah, but these are one-time things. These are they come in, they have a concert for maybe
no,
a
I
day
understand,
or two, and they're
but
gone. This
but
is
I understand,
almost a permanent
but we've
thing.
never encountered any objection to that. And this is, you may consider this to be something out of the ordinary, but it's part of our policy. It's been our policy for at least 15 years, and actually longer, but at the minimum 15 years. This is how most school districts operate.
I don't know about any such thing that has happened here since I've been here. I mean, not to come and have a concert. I'm talking about come in and set up permanent residence where you're going to be coming here every Sunday or every whatever. I don't know about any like that.
Yeah, so I'm going to let Mr. Ewing talk to that.
There was a time when the mosque rented the facilities for the high school for a year, over a year, while they were building their facilities for their classroom facilities at the Westbury Islamic Center.
Okay, but that was temporary. They were building something
Yeah,
and they
but
needed some place. This is not a place that's building. This is an organization that has 5 or 6 other places throughout the area and not far away. And they're not just borrowing this place or using this place temporarily. They come in here, and unless we throw them out, which I don't know if we can.
According to the agreement, it's only for 1 year, and we have to renew the agreement if we choose to.
And I've discussed with the pastor that they don't want to be here for more than a year. They don't want to be here for the full year.
I hope not.
It's good. It's a burden for them to set up and break down every week. They'd much rather have a permanent location.
Then why come?
I beg your pardon?
Then why did they come here if it's a burden? If it's
Because they
a burden,
don't have a
stay
permanent
where you are.
Because just like in the case of the mosque, who didn't have a permanent was building their location, they haven't got a permanent location right now, and they're looking to buy a facility.
Okay, thanks for listening to me.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, good night. My name is Jean Washington. I live at 810 Eastfield Road. I haven't been in this building since both my daughters graduated here. Mr. Dixon was the principal back 23 years ago. I'm just curious about one thing. The lack of transparency with this church. When I saw the flyer at home, I said to my husband, there was no name. It just had the, address on it, Rockland Road or whatever, Avenue. And I said, where is that? It's all private homes. So I'm just curious why the junior high school was not mentioned on the flyer. Why the lack of transparency? If everything, I know, keep quoting the policy, understand laws, understand that, that is okay. But if you're setting something, and yes, this is my first time at the board meeting. I've been here since 1987. That is correct. But I was a city worker for 38 years, just retired 2 years ago. No, when I leave the city at 8 o'clock, no, I'm not coming to a board meeting. I get that. However, as a homeowner, since 1987, I've never seen something. Now, people will knock on your door for votes, for different things. But this type of situation, and it's not about, like someone mentioned, it's not about how effective the church is. No, I do not go to church in Westbury. I go to Antioch, in Hempstead. It's not about how good the pastor is. It's not about the spiritual, whatever you get from it. My curious mind is that why wasn't that flyer transparent to just say it's at the junior high school? What are we hiding? And my last thing is just a statement from me, and it may be a little negative, but I do hope in the year that this church is here that it doesn't turn into a cult, that it's not another type of church, and I just pray that, our kids will be okay in this community with this church, okay? That's just my statement. It doesn't call for a response, but the response I'm looking for, why wasn't the flyer transparent in when they sent it out to because I got it, I read it, we discussed it, where's this place? I threw it in the garbage until I got a call that it's at the junior high school. I was very, very astonished to know it was at the junior high school.
And I'm really happy that you've asked that question, because I've been hearing that people thought that somehow the church was trying to hide by not putting the middle school on, which I didn't understand that because the address is on there. So, and like, why send a postcard out to every household in Westbury if you're trying to hide? But the reason for the middle school not being on there is not a function of transparency or a lack of transparency or trying to hide. It's because putting the middle school name on there would have given the appearance that we are endorsing the church, which we are not, which we cannot do for the law. But putting our name on that may have given the appearance that we were. In fact, they had signs up, Center Point Church signs up in the parking lot, the first service, and on first Sunday, and I asked them to take that down for that same reason, because I didn't want it to appear that the Westbury School District was endorsing that church or any church. So again, not lack of transparency, but just we wanted to comply with the law and even not the law so much, but to make sure there wasn't the appearance that we were endorsing them, because we don't. We're not.
But you could understand how that's very conflicting to a homeowner, though.
I do.
I hear what the board was trying to do, but for homeowners, we're thinking, when we hear that, when we heard that it was at the junior high school, it's almost like someone is hiding something. It just wasn't transparent. I hear what you're saying, but I think it would come across much better if it had junior high school on it. Well, and I understand about not endorsing it, but it just didn't sit right after the fact.
I hope you'll just, I hear what you're saying, but I can promise you, if they had put we didn't do it. If they had put middle school on it, we would have had somebody coming up and saying, why'd they put middle school on it? Are you guys endorsing it? So it's this situation where you win and you lose by doing the same thing. But I hope you've heard that, and hope if anybody should ask you that question, that you would relay that answer.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't be endorsing the church, but thank you.
And say hello to Bishop Elliott.
Good evening, board and Dr. Dupree. So good to meet you. And I've been missing for,
Most of us know you. And
Yes,
many of
I'm
us even
Rose
know where you live.
Walker,
Thank you.
305 Cambridge Avenue, and I'm glad to be here. It's been a while, and
I think you may have said it, but you know I'm hard of hearing. It's Dr. Dupree Chase.
yes, I couldn't see all of it and think of it offhand, but thank you so much. I respect all of who you are, all of you, and no disrespect meant. So, good evening again. I love the artwork. My son, my middle son, was a big part of the art program here at the high school, all three of my sons, and I'm happy that
And he
we've
has an
been a
art
part.
school now, if I'm not mistaken.
He has a studio. He owns a studio in East Williston, and I'm hoping one day that I need to help him to get to where we do an open house so he can introduce that. And that started right here. I mean, he was an artist. He was born that way, but nurturing came through here. And so I'm standing here just because I was also invited. I haven't been into a board meeting for a long time. I told someone earlier, I've been PTA president, I've been council president, council delegate, I've been all through the schools. And, you know, at a point in time, you just kind of lay back, but I'm still here and I still pay attention to what's going on. And when I saw the information about the Centerport Church and saw the lack of the middle school identified, I understood why, because you know there's a separation that needs to be there. The address was there, so I looked it up, so I knew where it was. And so what I appreciate, having been here today, is having heard the responses that were given. My primary concern was around COVID is not gone. My primary concern was just around the safety and making sure that those types of issues are also addressed, that, you know, the cleansing of the facility takes place, the wiping down, you know, those types of things were more where my concerns were. And so I would appreciate if you maybe talk about that, but I wanted to be sure that you understood that I really appreciate how you have responded to the questions and the concerns that were raised. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question, and it was a pleasure to meet you for the first time in person, and thank you for introducing yourself to me. I will tell you that just as any other organization who rents our space, there is a thorough cleaning afterwards to ensure that the students have a health and a safety environment for school the next morning. I know that there was a concern raised about the possibility of high-touch areas, perhaps being a source for COVID or any other viral exchange. I had our COVID coordinator, Roger Bloom, Dr. Roger Bloom, that is, to do some research on that, on high touch points, and what the latest research from the CDC tells us about it. Dr. Bloom?
Thank you, Dr. Chase. Good evening. Hello. I'll try it again. Good evening. All right, welcome. The latest reports from CDC talk about major transmission points, and the highest rate of transmission points is from mouth or nose. When it comes to surfaces, it's very low transmission, and CDC recommends once you're done at the end of the day, surfaces are wiped down and cleansed, which is a natural part of our sanitizing policy. So at the end of each school day, our custodians and our cleaners thoroughly cleanse and wipe down surfaces, same way it would be if there was an activity in the school. And because the CDC states that the transmission rate for touch surfaces is very low, then we're confident with our facilities department that we have a thorough cleansing, and that the time our students come back in on Monday, it will be as if everything was clean, just like a normal school day from day to day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bloom. Have we answered your question? Thank you.
Hi, everyone.
My name is Brianna DiDomenico. My address is 57 Central Avenue. I just wanted to thank everyone for the opportunity to be here today, for all that you do as the board for our school district and for the community, as well as everyone that's here that serves and loves the community and the people in it in all different capacities. I'm a member of Centerpoint Church, and I have been a member since 2018. And it has truly been the most amazing experience of my life. Centerpoint has become my second home, and my pastors and all of our congregation there has truly become an extended family. And I know from serving with them and being with them every Sunday that our intention is only to love God and to love His people and His community. And it was such an honor to be part of Westbury in this new way, because it is a fantastic community. And we have nothing but the utmost respect for the community, for the school district, and for everyone that is here or that comes through our doors. So we truly thank everyone for sharing your thoughts and questions and concerns, because it's important to us to hear from everyone and what everyone has to say. But just from someone who's been a member and someone that truly knows the community of Centerpoint and the pastors there, that we have nothing but the best intentions to respect and care for the building and the grounds and the people. And just want to really show nothing but love and grace to everyone that comes through our doors. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. I am Denise Holtz-Luke, raised in 570 Rutland Street here in Westbury. My mother was the secretary here at Westbury High School. My sister, Mrs. Robbins, is currently working in the guidance office, assisting with, the students and faculty. She works very closely with a lot of you guys. We went to school with you guys. Mr. Dickerson was our principal. I am also a member of Centerpoint Church. I have been going since 2012. I'm a part of this community. I will always be a part of this community. My children went to school here, middle school. All of my brothers and sisters, there are 5 of us. Westbury is everything. We've learned a lot here. Our parents helped to serve in the community, and like Brianna is saying, we're not going to bring anything harmful to our community. I started off going to Centerpoint years ago in need of change in my life. And I feel that not only did I get the changes that I needed, not only did that church and the pastors fill a void there, but you also learn to make new relationships, an opportunity to grow, and an opportunity to meet more people and to bring God to school, bring God to this community. These pastors have a desire to collaborate different cultures and a lot of what Westbury brings to the people that live here. We have people from all over the world that live here. So I ask that you give them that opportunity. I ask that you check into it and see what it is that they're offering. They're willing to do what needs to be done so that people can feel comfortable here and not feel slighted and not feel like something's been taken away from you. We went to Advent Church as well. My parents dropped us off and we did the classes and Sunday school and everything else. Robin, we went to school with Robin. We went to church with Robin in Westbury, on Prospect. I got married at First Baptist Church in Westbury. This is an opportunity to grow and change. It's not a cult. you give Centerpoint the opportunity and they're going to give you something, not take anything away from you. I'm here, I'm available if you have any questions about what it is that Centerpoint is bringing to Westbury Middle School. I pray that they grow astronomically because they're going to affect your heart and your life. Miss Lavelle, I haven't seen her in years. Her daughter was my son's guidance counselor. She went into that church the first day, and she was prepared to tear our church down because she wanted to know what was going on there. And we have nothing but respect for that. Pastor Bill, who I go to his house, we have prayer services there, we have life group meetings. He has a genuine concern for people. He was actually a pastor of a Haitian church in Hempstead for many years. He has an incredible story, and it's worth it to take the time to ask them questions to find out what it is you want to know about who they really are, because they'll tell you. They will tell you. So I encourage you to speak to them. I'll give you the phone number to the church. I go to the church in Massapequa because I work during the day, so I do 7 p.m. service in Massapequa in the evening. I serve on the security team. I'm a barista. I help with the coffee. We do what needs to be done because there's a greater need for us as people to grow. So I thank you for the opportunity to listen to us today. And we're here. Our hearts are open. Our desire is for you to have a better understanding of what it is that we're here for. God bless you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions about any other agenda items? Any comments about the overall operation of the school district? Okay. Seeing none, we will close that portion of the meeting. Before I ask for a motion to go in executive session, I just want to make a comment under, I guess, what we call old business. At last week's action meeting in the section called new business, I'd indicated that I wanted a company by the name of Bus Patrol to come and do a presentation to the board and the community in regard to what I'll refer to as a bus safety program. It's a program where Bus Patrol would put cameras on school buses to be able to enforce the law that requires vehicles to stop at a stopped school bus. There is, however, an issue with the county's traffic court, and so it's not really ready to go yet. So I'm going to ask the board, or tell the board that I'd like for us to be able to do that and be in the position to do that in November. Can I have a motion to go in executive session?
So moved.
To discuss an item of personnel. We will be in executive session until 11 o'clock. That's our typical fashion. When we come out of executive session, there will be no votes other than to vote to come out of executive session and then to vote to adjourn for the evening. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Been moved by Trustee Bowling. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Dickerson. Been moved and seconded. Ayes. Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Dr. Dickerson.
Aye.
Trustee Bowling.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. We are now in executive session. Thank you and good night, everybody. We are now back from executive session. Can I have a motion to come out of executive session?
So moved.
Been moved by Vice President Ewing. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Bowling. Ayes. Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Dr. Dickerson.
Aye.
Trustee Bowling.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries. We are out of executive session. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved by President of the Sunshine Committee.
Second.
Seconded by Vice President Ewing. Ayes. Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Dr. Dickerson.
Aye.
Sunshine Committee President.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries. We are adjourned for the evening. Good night, everybody.
She's not gonna be sunshine much longer when I hit her in the head with my keys. She better put my cake back over there.
You don't need